Good morning, good afternoon, Devs Guidance Room traders. Good morning, good afternoon, Master Room traders. Good morning, team. Hi, Clifton, Scott, DVG. I hope you are doing great and ready for the last day of trading of the week, and not just the week, traders, but even the months. This is the last trading day of February, which so far it's starting to be more and more red for the indices. Actually, yesterday we had another big red day, and seems like my today is going to be continued. Well, let's see. I hope everyone had a beautiful green day yesterday. There is no complaint on my side. Also, I had some losers yesterday as well, but two big winners, including TQQQ again. That was a fantastic winner on my side, several dollars to the downside. And today, I'm sure I'm going to watch it as well. So yesterday, the market started on a small positive note with a gap up, but after like 10 minutes, just turned around and did not even stop to go lower. We have seen a nice a reversal or at least an attempt for a V-shaped day. If we just check the charts of yesterday, after 10 o'clock, it's just made a nice pullback. Seemed like it can be a fantastic V-shaped reversal, but at the afternoon, it's just turned around again and made a huge move even under the daily lows, which is just made at 10 o'clock indeed. So big red day on all of the indices. And today, though, we are starting in a small positive note again, 0.22 on the SPY. Triple Q is not that good, 0.08, but still not the real deal. And then VDA, which just made a huge move to the downside yesterday, seems like it continues with 1.60% at the moment lower, and not even mentioning SMCI, which is just 7% lower at the moment. So on the Triple Q and the tech stocks traders, especially on the semicons, I am staying on the short side. Okay, hi Raspi, hola, ¿cómo estás? All right, traders. So, what happened yesterday? What was the reason why the market just dumped so much? First of all, definitely NVIDIA, one of the reasons. Second, again, as I mentioned you yesterday as well, more news, more updates on the tariffs, and that was another good news and good updates. Even thanks to today's news that there will be an extra 10% for China, and the tariffs. To Canada and Mexico are going to be effective from next week, the 4th of March. By the way, this just made a huge fear on the market, as you could see. Everything just dumped like crazy. Not easy to deal for everything so extended. Yes, I agree, it is, but Raspi, if we just check the SPY daily chart, I assume if it's breaking this 584 and we do continue lower, because it was a gap fill as well yesterday. If you just check the daily chart of the SPY, there was a gap between the 13th of January and the 14th of January. So this actually filled yesterday and today. If we do break the 584, we still have a lot to go. The next stronger support is 580, 575 coming next, and 570, which is going to be the 200 EMA. It's still on the horizon. I don't think so we are going to touch it today, but in my opinion, this bleeding is still valid. So I don't think so it's going to stop today, especially if we just check the Triple Q traders. Triple Q, it is almost into the red already, and we still have some space to go until we are touching the next very strong support if 500 is going to fail, which is the 490, and this is the 200 EMA as well. As I mentioned you, I find a 10-15% of pullback quite of healthy. We started from 54. That means that around this 490 level, we will get the 10% pullback. If this 10% is going to be here, let's see whether this was just a profit taking and a reverse or a pullback on the market, or it's going to be something more serious and the bears just started a longer party, because in this case, we can see a continuation even under the 200 EMA. So in my opinion, to touch the 200 EMA with both of the indices is quite inevitable, but maybe I'm not right. Let's see. Maybe some good news going to save the markets. So far doesn't look like, because also the Fed favorite go on inflation, the favorite number, which is the PC price index, just released already, and it came along with the expectation. 0.3 was the expectation, which is 0.1% higher than the previous data. So we met with these expectations there. Also, as you can see, the market not a huge reaction from the market side. I think it is a reaction already that it's not under the pre-market lows. At least it was a small bump after 230, but even the wholesale inventories and the personal spending, it's lower than expected in the traders. So let's be careful with these numbers. So all in all, I think it's still kind of a bad news for the economy at the moment, especially with the tariffs, and more and more analysts are concerned what's going to be the longer term effect of the tariffs, and even the stagflation is still here. It's a big question. So all in all, traders, not a good news for the market. But let's see, 9:45 we will still get Chicago PMI, and that's it for today for that economic news. Hi Andrew, happy Friday. Ted, Dor, Banzai, nice to see you. Good morning, Trade Family. Martins, nice to see you. Just wanted to reach out to you. Did not answer to the sky, but I'm just going to reach out to you after I finished. Fortunately, I'm still not back on the track with these health issues, but I try my best, traders. Hopefully, my voice is not going to let me down on the last trading day of the week. Okay, guys, so let's see the big movers, because we do have, and actually, I forgot to mention, you traders, even the Bitcoin, which just seen 78,000. So really big drop on the Bitcoin. That's why Coin MSTR is going to be on my short list again. And even the Chinese stocks are not in the best shape. As I mentioned you, this plus 10% tariffs on the Chinese side, that's going to be a quite of harmful, and all of the Chinese stocks are seeing a quite of big move to the downside already. Like China stocks, US shares of Chinese companies declined after China vote to retaliate, if necessary, against US President Donald Trump's latest threat to impose an additional 10% tariff on Chinese goods on 4th of March. E-commerce giants, especially like Alibaba, it's 4% lower, PDD as well, NIO, Ally Auto, so all of them can go to the shortlist traders. And of course, if you have any questions, any candidates on your side, please just let me know, okay? I'm just going to start with mine, which is going to be definitely first NVIDIA. Let's see how does it look like on the daily chart, traders, after such a nasty pullback of yesterday. As I mentioned, you seems like it still continues, and I must tell you, if we break the pre-market lows, there is still a way to go till the 113 dollar level, traders. This is going to be the next serious support for the NVDA. So there is still space to go to the downside. So as just like Scott, I'm just going to call the NVDA to the short side, because I think this is still not the end of the bleeding. As I mentioned you, I'm going to put a long, a short, and a secondary. And as I mentioned you, even SMCI, it's quite weak today. So NVDA, SMCI, and even coin is going to be to my short list. Let's just take a look at the coin. As I mentioned you, Bitcoin, it's under a very strong selling pressure. At the moment, though, coin, it's trying to make a reversal like yesterday, but I assume if the Bitcoin is going to turn around and deepen this sell-off, then we will see a continuation as well on the coin. So I'm going to keep an eye on that on the short side. Hi, Tooth. Good morning for you. Okay. Okay, next one, Chinese stocks, as I mentioned you, Baba, PDD, LI Auto, all of the autos as well. Baba definitely still valid for a profit taking. Yesterday, also be careful because yesterday it started similar, and as you can see, it just made a huge pullback. Now it's opening under this 133 level. Under 130, I would say there is another chance to make a bigger red day on the Baba. Well, let's see if it's going to happen. As I mentioned you, as Baba, it's quite strong nowadays. I'm going to be careful with the Baba, but definitely looks like as a weak one for today, 3.57% to the downside. Same on the PDD under yesterday's low, especially, which I'm going to check, this 113.80 break. That can mean that might we do continue lower on the PDD as well. As I seen, even Scott called the Chinese stocks to the short side. Dell Technologies, this is an earnings stock, as I mentioned you yesterday, after market close, earnings just released, and seems like not the best earnings for the Dell because Dell is down at the moment 5.85% traders, and looks like a possible continuation, especially if it's going to break again this $100 level. I'm definitely going to watch it to the short side. Autodesk is here as well, ADSK, which is an earnings stock again. At the moment, it is up only 0.66%, not a strong one. Also, it beat or topped the Wall Street estimates. Also, the company announced that it's planning to lay off 1,350 employees, or 9% of its workflow. So seems like that this is a quite of a mixed news at the moment for the stock, because in pre-market as well, it's moving quite crazy. Big up move after that down. But as the pre-market volume is really low, like only 20K, for me it's not enough to put it on the first list. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. Rocket Lab, another big loser, 16% after it offered a weaker than expected guidance for the quarter, and this is down now 13%. Let me just check it. How does it look like? Like TDOC was a beautiful short yesterday. Maybe it's going to be a rinse and repeat on the RKLB. I'm just going to put it to my short side. Okay, Duolingo, my favorite language learning app. I'm just learning Spanish at the moment, indeed. Let's see how Duolingo just did. Ooh, plunged roughly 9%, gave guidance for adjusted EBITDA in the current quarter. Ouch, that's not a good news, Duol. But hopefully it's going to be okay after that. Also, if we just check the daily chart, it looks like a very nasty pullback to the downside. Again, I have the same problem as like just with ADSK, that this is in a gap down. Nice, okay, but only 30K on the volume. So Duolingo, let's go to the secondary list only. HP is here, 3% lower, issued a softer than expected second quarter guidance. That's definitely not a good news for the HPQ. HPQ at the moment is down 4%, 80,000. And I must tell you, traders in the pre-market and on the daily as well, especially if it's breaking this pre-market lows plus this $31 level, this can be a continuation to the downside. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list because of the fact that this is not a big mover. So it can move nicely, like even $1.5 if it has a better day, but not my ultimate favorite just because of the fact that this is not a huge mover. Hi, Steve. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Okay, traders. Next one, NetApp, NTAP, 15% lower. Again, an earnings stock. And as you can see, it's just a huge gap down with lower pre-market volume under $100 level. Great candidate to the short side or so. I would like to see a bit more volume to catch up here because it's only 30K, 29K, which is not enough for me. So only to the secondary list, but NTAP looks like it's definitely a short candidate for today. SoundHound, this is a small AI stock. Personally, I like Sound. I'm just checking starting a swing position on that, especially if it's breaking 1050 again. So far looks like it's got some good news, but as you can see, and we can see this pressure is still very much valid on the tech stocks, especially the AI related stocks. So it seems like that even this good news so far does not help too much for the sound. Let's see whether it can get back around this $10 level and break it. In this case, I'm going to be on the long side of the sound. Hi, Ali. Good morning to you. Okay, Logitech and Walgreens Boots is still here. Logi, which again, unfortunately, it is just to the short side. Logi is down more than 3%. A reason for that, it got a downgrade from Bank of America. Pre-market volume again a bit on the lower side. That's why I'm going to put it just to the secondary list. And WBA is the last one, which at the moment it is lower again, like just the rest of the stocks nowadays seems like. And the reason for that, this just got a downgrade as well by Deutsche Bank to sell. This is a quite of a strong downgrade. Also, the stock is it's a bit cheap already, $11 WBA. It's on Scott's list already. I'm not going to put it to the short list. We have of so many short candidates today, traders. And as I mentioned, you are not going to be surprised at all if we see this market continue lower, because I must tell you there is no positive trigger for today for the market, even despite of the fact that the price index, the PC price index just came along with the expectations. This is still not enough for the market to stop bleeding so far, traders. So let's be careful. My watch list is completely red. SMCI is the leader, followed by PLTR, Baba, PDD, Baidu, NVIDIA, Shopify, UPSD, Mara, Roku, Coin, Hood, AFRM, Tesla. Lots of short candidates. To the long side, though, we have some green candidates as well. For example, the rest of the tech stocks, especially Meta, is strong again after a nasty pullback. Google is in green, Microsoft green, PepsiCo, Netflix, and financial stocks traders, JP Morgan, for example, it's quite strong on my list. We can just watch the financial stocks to the long side. I'm just going to call it to the long list indeed. Okay, what else on my side? ADSK, I forgot to call. Yes, it's on the secondary list. I just see that Scott just called it to the long list. Traders, I think that's it. I cannot find too much more to the long side, as I mentioned you, especially the financial stocks, which I'm going to watch. To the long side, maybe Meta, because Meta likes not moving with the market. Also, yesterday it did move. DVG had a beautiful short on that, but now it's trying to keep at least above yesterday's low, which was even close to the 650 level. Amazing big red day on the Meta. But if you check the daily chart on the Meta, I just checked into the 50 EMA, and if 660 level is going to hold, the price might we still see a small pullback. So that's it for me today. Hi Davide, good morning to you. I'm just going to post you my stocks here. Andrew, yes, you just called the financial stocks. Very good. GS, JP Morgan, Visa to the long side. All right, traders. So Master Room traders, I wish you a beautiful green Friday, last trading day of February. I am expecting volatility, especially after that crazy week, very weak. Indeed, last February trading week on the market seems like for me that this is still going to be continued, so watch out. And 9:45 we will get the Chicago PMI. Also, I'm just checking it again. Yes, Chicago PMI 9:45, and no more economic news for today. So have a great one, traders, and after that, just enjoy your weekend. I'm just going to stay in the YouTube room, in the guidance room, and trade with the traders until 11 o'clock. Team Clifton, Scott, DVG, have a beautiful day, a beautiful weekend, and see you on Monday. Bye.
Traders, what's going on this morning? Good morning to everybody here in the 44 trading room. Good morning to all that are on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of the greatest trading room on the planet. We appreciate it. Work hard every single day to try to make that happen for you. Try to knock out these green days back to back to back. And today, boy, I'll tell you what, this NASDAQ market is absolutely terrifying me this morning. I mean, I don't know what we're doing here this morning, not getting off the ground after having a bad day yesterday in the marketplace as far as the overall markets go. A good day of trading, not a great day of NASDAQ, but good volatility out there. We're going to start off this morning just about flat this morning. Thank you to Aggie, as she does such a great job. She's going to be in the, here we go, in the her room this morning, the guidance room, as she is each and every morning on the YouTube channel. We can't fit her in here, and that's our loss, but she does a great job over there, and looking forward to hosting her again come Monday. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a great day planned here, and the market volatility, we should be really, really good today as we start these days. Let's talk about that and more as we get into the day today. In the Asian markets in the overnight session, the Nikkei fell 1,100.67 points, down 2.88%. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 777, down 3.28%, and the Shanghai and China down 67, down almost 2%, 1.98%. Europe still in session right now. German DAX down 77. FTSE in UK down, up 35, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 29. One market up, 5 markets down, putting pressure to the U.S. futures to the downside. We're bucking the trend a little bit. Dow futures up 155, S&P futures up 9.5, but the NASDAQ futures down almost a point now, 0.75 or flat really. Oil's down 82 cents, 69.53 per barrel. That's down, down, and down. And listen, if you're in the gold patch today, not good news to get to that 3,000. Down 35 points on gold, 35.40, down 1.22%. Silver down, copper down. Silver's down 1.5%. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down as well. Fed's core inflation measure hits 2.6 in January, just as expected. Not much there. S&P futures gaining after inline inflation data, and Microsoft is shutting down Skype after a 20-year run, and that it just kind of lost its Skype lost its mojo in comparison to the other ones out there, the other competition. So it's not, it's going to go out and will be replaced by so many different other ones that you have an opportunity to utilize on a day-to-day basis. So the Teams, the Microsoft Teams piece, that's out there, Zoom, so on and so forth. Anyway, that's enough of that. That's where we're going to be today. Like I said, we're going to open up higher on the Dow, a little bit lower on the or a little bit lower on the NASDAQ, maybe flat, and we'll kind of reassess from there. I'm going to be with you only till 10:30 today. I've got a doctor's appointment I got to run out to, so let's get these stocks picked out. But before we do, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Steve, good morning. Allie, good morning to you. Divide, good morning. Miguel, good morning. Martins, good morning. Jim, yep, absolutely. Jim, yep, good morning to you. Seth, good morning. Let's talk some stocks here real quick. Posting some alerts. I've got my watch list up there. Scott V, good morning to you. First stock out of the gate is PLTR. This is going to be a short under 80 this morning. PLTR short under 80. I'll post that here. Also NVDA under 117. It's there right now. We'll watch this stock this morning, find out what happens with NVDA today. It's been on quite a move to the downside. NVDA short under 117. Bubba this morning 130 on the short side. Lots of shorts this morning. BABA short under 131, which is right where it is right now. You could do that or 130. Let's post 130 as it starts to move down. That'll confirm it for us. Not much on the upside, although you could start picking some of these off the bottom, so to speak. One of the stocks I did want to cover this morning, and we've traded this before, this SOUN. Remember SOUN? And let me just read to you SoundHound. The artificial intelligence, voice artificial intelligence stock rose 1% after SoundHound AI posted fourth quarter revenue of $34.5 million, beating the 33.7 million that analysts polled. The company also raised its full year revenue guidance to 157 million to 177. So 157 to 177, up from previous 155, 175. So good news on SOUN, and you can see the stock not doing what it needs to do here. And that, to me, I'm going to try to take advantage of this stock to the upside today. We'll see if it gets beat up a little bit to the downside at the open, and then go ahead and take this. I'll post the alert here. I'm going to take an SOUN trade, and it's going to be long over that, 950 mark this morning, $9.50 this morning. I want to take a look at this one last time here on the, we'll go to the daily, okay? And if you take a look at it on the daily, you can see that 9 area down in here, way down. I don't think there's a lot of downside. I think there's more upside to the stock. So that's why I'm going to play this long this morning here as we get into the day today on a 5-minute chart. Okay, there you go. There's back, and we got SOUN, NVDA. I'm watching also ADSK, MSTR, LI this morning, and Dell. Okay. All right, we are set to go here. We've got about 3 minutes for the open. We'll get DVG in here to make a few comments. Let you know where his head is today, and then I am going to be, again, with you guys until the 10:30 mark today, and then I got to take off. Okay. All set to go. A couple more things dialed in. There we go.
Quick sound check. Can you hear me okay, Scott?
Yeah, sounds good, DVG. Good morning to you. How are you?
Doing all right. Yeah, just nothing like a software update, right when you're about to kick things off.
Yeah, it's perfect timing all the time, right?
Yeah. Well, hey, look, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody had an amazing day yesterday. Guys, markets really just teetering on the edge here. Worth noting, right? We're at some key levels of support. We could see some bouncing around today. Obviously, it is Friday, and we're about to kick off a new month. So while we're closing out one month, maybe we're seeing people pick more or less like where they want to be for the next month or so. So with that, be keeping an eye on overall, just frankly, options as a projection of where markets might go. I'm keeping an eye, obviously, on the chip sector today, guys. We had an incredible short on NVIDIA yesterday, and then we, managed to pick up a little bit off the bottom, grabbed a couple points, and I wasn't gonna hang on to it all day, but guys, keeping an eye on names like Meta today, right? Big mover. We made a ton of money on that one yesterday. Obviously, breaking below the 660 level today. Keeping an eye on that, seeing if Tesla can hold that 280 mark and bounce to around 288. So big levels of support in and around this 280 print. Let's see how that looks. And then again, names like Microsoft that are teetering down at 392. Maybe it tries to protect the 400. That said, I am not super bullish today. As you guys know, we've been talking about Wyckoff distributions, and frankly, from a technical setup, we are now in phase D of that Wyckoff distribution. So one thing worth noting is we might see some accumulations. We may see some sideways action based on a Wyckoff distribution if this is legitimately one of those. So worth noting, right? So if we're going to have an accumulation strategy, which usually they're kind of back to each other in the event you have a Wyckoff distribution, this could be an opportunity to start finding some names that you may want to buy longer term. So with that said, we'll be keeping an eye closely on markets. Obviously, I'm not going to get super bullish here, but today should chop around. So I'm going to give it about 5 minutes or so before I take my first trade, unless we see a drastic push below 500 on the Qs, which we're at right now, but let's see if we hold that. So trade safe, y'all. Let's crush it today.
Okay, open is in 30 seconds.
Hopefully we don't have a full-blown capitulation this morning. Okay, keeping an eye on the Qs this morning. Let's let things open up a bit. Let some panic kick in.
Yeah. Find out where we go now this morning. Yeah, watch the SOUN trade again. We're getting that move. NASDAQ right now just up about 5 points. So we're really just flat on the open here.
Meta tanking. There's no need to be a hero and go long trades here if we're taking the bottom out. Guys, look at Meta now. Wow. Tesla now hitting 275. Watching the cues here.
Okay, watch this SOUN.
I'm watching the cues like a hawk right now. What does it do? At 498.50. Let's see what happens.
Let me reset this. Shoot. Okay, come on.
Wow, look at this volatility today.
Right?
Wow, wow, wow.
Again, NASDAQ flat right now. Major decision now. What are we doing?
Get some call options on the cues here. Pretty cheap. 505 strike Monday. Won't give it a ton of room, but just picks them up. $1.92. Look at Meta now breaking below 650. Jeez. Coulda, shoulda, woulda just held on to those shares.
Yeah. I post the SOUN trade here, SOUN 910. That'll be right over the VWAP here.
Kind of concerning. We've got room all the way down to 493 on the cues, and this is a big sell-off. Still hanging on to these call options. That's the only trade I have on now, and I'm going to add if we get over 498.50. I'll double my call options on the cues. In the event we pop to about 504.60, 505. They're pretty cheap, but right now I'm down on them at the moment. I'm watching AVGO right now as well as NVIDIA, kind of putting them side by side. Microsoft just fell out of bed. It's down to 388, guys. That's a big drop. Apple, meanwhile, trying to hang on. Surprising to see the strength in Apple. Obviously a big wick to the downside this morning, but found some support in 235 print.
Wow, NVDA just sucking it up here. I'm long the SOUN trade here, long SOUN.
Here we go. We should see a pop here. So I'm going to grab some on Microsoft here as well. And this will be with call options, 390, like right next to the strike. I'm not going to give it a ton of room. If it gets down to like 386, then I won't mess with it. But I'm pulling it up now. Pretty aggressive sell-off. So let's see if we get a bit of a bounce. We'll wait. No call options yet on Microsoft. Guys, this could be a full-blown capitulation. I may get out of this these cues. Let's see. There's
Target's going to be 930 on SOUN. 930 SOUN.
Okay, and we'll start a small position here on Microsoft with call options. Only get to about 10. I want to see a bounce.
930 here coming
Tesla
up on.
as well, 278. I'll actually probably hit that one with shares, 278 long, Tesla. This will be my first trade with shares. Everything else has been options today. Just because of the volatility, I don't want to risk a ton of capital. So we're in Tesla. I'll add if I need to. Here comes the pop on the Qs. I'm going to add to my Qs now. Let's grab some more. I want to see a big spike on the Qs. I'd like to see somewhere around 504. All right. Here comes, we should see a little bit of a pop. Watching Meta as well, 640, we'll call it 650. All right, I'm going to grab some of 650. There we go. We got a small size of 650 on Meta. Hate to go long all the time when we're crashing like this, but I'm going to take a scalp counter trend, and if it continues to roll, we'll let them grow. Watching again, Qs I want to see over the close, push through the 200 EMA, and then get up to around 504. If we do that, it should be a good day for us.
About 4 cents to go now in SOUN. There we go. There's the 930. Here we go. We're going to start to take off here. Watch the 940 now off of here. I'm going to sell into this strength right now of this move.
Okay, we'll add to Microsoft over 389. And these are all call options. The only trade I've got on right now is Tesla with shares. Watching
Okay.
Oklo, OKLO.
Great move on SOUN, approaching that 950 target.
Guys, watch the breakout on the Qs now.
3/4 of the trade out, SOUN.
We're up big. It's approaching the 200 EMA. I want to see it push through with a little bit of violence above that 200 EMA. We literally tagged it and then pulled back right here at this 550, so 500 and a half. So let's see if we can try to push that again.
Okay, traders, if you had the share size right, you don't need to trade the rest of the day. SOUN, super trade now, pushing that 950. We get to 950 and my day will be made. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love it when it happens.
Guys, watch for the bounce here.
Penny more. There we go. 952, 955. I'm out of the trade
Dell,
right now.
101.40.
Out of all shares, SOUN. All shares, SOUN. Done.
Dell.
Oh, that was
I like
good.
it long. 101.90. Yes, we got in there. Okay. Not my favorite entry. I wanted to be at 101.40, but that's okay. So we're long Dell as well. Watching Amazon. I'll wait on Amazon, but again, if you had a chance to get into Dell, 101.40 was really the ideal entry. Guys, here comes seeing a big volume spike. Let's see if that's to the upside or downside on the Qs. Hopefully it's a big order block to give us a push above. See if we get a little bit of a rally. Again, I'm targeting 504.60 is really where I want the Qs to be. I don't know if we're going to get that push today because we're right under that 200 EMA. That said, Tesla, we are up nicely. I'll wait to see what we do here at the 200. I'm watching the Qs to see if we actually get that pop. If we do, we'll make a nice chunk of change on these call options here.
Yeah, the only thing that could happen better for us is if this SOUN comes back down to $9. Take it again. NASDAQ now down 27 points.
Here comes Dell. Here comes Microsoft. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see if you get at least a $3 pop, something. Come on. Here come the Qs. We're right at the close on the Qs. Right at the 200 on the Qs. Should I take a partial here? Maybe I will. Just really wanted to see a big pop here. Here comes Microsoft, perfect. Here comes Dell, perfect. Here comes Tesla. Again, Microsoft, I'd like to see somewhere around 392, 391 and a half, and I'll take a partial. Here we go. Watch Meta now. Meta's, what a bounce on Meta. Strong bounce. Wow. I missed Meta. Shoot. A lot of stocks knocking on the $200 or 200 EMA door right now, especially in the Mag 7. So I'm keeping, let's see what these Qs do. Might be kicking myself for not taking a partial on the Qs, but I'm kind of counting on a bounce here. Temporary bounce, relief bounce. Need to push. Guys, here comes Tesla. Boom, Tesla. That's what I was waiting for.
There
right
you
there.
go. There you go.
There it is. I'm going to take a small partial here, guys. We'll let the rest run. Let's see if I get, yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. Come on, Qs. You need to pick up now or I'm in trouble. Dell pulling back sharply. That's unfortunate. Tesla now the same. Glad we took a partial. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's a big seller coming in there. Okay. All right, I'm going to barely hang on to these long positions. People are asking, like, why would you go long when we're tanking down? Guys, we're hitting key levels. 500 is a round number, psychological level on the Qs, and it happens to be right in an area of support. So can we completely forfeit this level? Yes. Do we see a little bit of fighting? I mean, bulls have been pretty strong, so we're kind of fingers crossed right now on getting a subtle rally to the upside. Here comes Microsoft. We'll take a partial here in a moment. I don't want to take a partial just yet. I want to get paid on the move. Okay, there we go. Small partial on Microsoft. We should see the Qs pop now over the 200 EMA, and it should be a shove. So I'll be taking a partial as soon as that happens. Here comes the Qs, guys. There goes.
Wow,
Here
nice.
comes the pop. We should see a push here right now. Come on. Don't give up on us. It's tagging the 200 right on the dot, guys. Right on the money. We should see a little bit of a nudge. Here comes Tesla. Let's go. Dell, if it could wake up, that would be nice.
NASDAQ down 126. Wow.
Here comes the move, folks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Qs, 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 breakout, baby. I'm going to take a partial here on my call options. Bingo. Just like that. That's how you make $4,600 in 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's go.
Super, super move.
Yes, 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 yes. Dell just kind of limping around. That's fine. But guys, Tesla, Microsoft, Qs, all huge, huge winners, guys. And it wasn't even that big of a move. So we've got some runners left on the Qs. Again, this is, I'd say, the power of options. That said, obviously there's risk to the other direction as well. But hopefully you guys are able to take advantage of some of those moves. Guys, keeping an eye on Dell. I like Dell over the high of session. That should be breakout area. Want to see a relief rally. Now, keep in mind, we're counter trend. So what's rule number one? Pay yourself first, right? Don't be afraid to scalp. Let the runners run so you benefit from the move, i.e. Tesla, right? Beautiful move now on Tesla. We'll let some of that grow. But that's the key, right? At the end of the day, get paid. What was it you call it? Thief in the night? What was it?
Yeah, run like a thief, right? Yeah, the thief in the night. That's the same thing. Awesome, Jim. Awesome. Yep. See you Monday. Love it. love it when people put in that full 15 minutes of work each day.
It's tough though. I mean, like I said, we could totally tank right now. We're at a big level. For those of you guys, who was it? One of y'all said that you actually went out and bought books on Wyckoff Distribution, or maybe those are friends on YouTube. I can't remember who it was. But if you missed it, go watch last Friday's video. We talked about that in the kind of mid-morning session. If you missed it, some incredible information there. And frankly, we're seeing it play out. We saw it play out for the last week. So for those of you guys who were watching that, maybe it helped. In the comments for our community, was that helpful for anybody? Were you able to take advantage of those trades based on what we discussed last Friday? Always curious for creating additional content for you guys, and want to make sure we're continue to bring value. Guys, Oklo, OKLO, there was a trade I was watching for a bounce and we got it. Unfortunately, I was looking at some other stuff. What a beautiful trade that would have been off the bottom here. Meta also looking great on the bounce, but keep an eye. This could be a great opportunity to short it. If we start seeing some weakness, question mark, right?
Yep.
My next target on Tesla will be 288. I'll probably take another chunk off around 285, but 288 is kind of the magic number for me. I know that's a big area of support and resistance. Really need to see the
do we
cues.
keep rolling here? I don't know. I'm assuming we do.
Well, I mean, a subtle relief wouldn't be bad, but here's the reality. Like, people are afraid right now, big time. And I said people, meaning institutions. But this could be an opportunity for, I think we see some accumulation happen in this area, possibly to see like what we do. Do we pick a leg down, or do we actually consolidate and blow the top off and hit all-time highs, right? When people start to understand like the actual implications of tariff. Guys, here comes Dell. Woohoo! Yes.
Yeah, definitely got out of SOUN too early. I bet you Jim is probably killing himself right now. Wow. I was loaded on this stock too.
Which one? SOUN you said?
Yeah, SOUN. Traded it last week too, or this week.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Beginning of the week. Awesome. Probably get some more bids over 10 as well. But I loaded the boat on it, so I'm happy.
Guys, wow. Markets are on the move. Dell, we waited, we were patient, and thank goodness I was paying attention to some other stuff. Guys, we're getting this is the move I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. So now, I'm going to take a partial here in a moment. Let's see where this green candle ends. I'm looking at price action where it's limit high, so that's fine by me. Dell will take a partial anywhere near 104. We're at 104. We're pretty darn close, guys. 2 points on a $100 stock. I'll take it. I'm going to take some off right here. We'll let the rest run. Same thing with Microsoft. Same thing with the Qs. Same thing with Tesla, guys. I'm going to take a small partial here on Tesla, just a tiny bit. And I'm going to let the rest run till 288. That's kind of where I want it to be. Hopefully that helped. All right, guys, moment of truth. If we see a bounce to 504.60 on the Qs, that'd be a huge day for me, number one. But number two, keep an eye. We're going to likely run into some resistance up in that area. So this 500 area, obviously a big area for even based off yesterday's close, right? So we're going to see naturally some resistance here. But if we can break away and bulls try to take over, it could be obviously an overshoot over 504, but I mean, I don't know. What is our friends at NVIDIA doing? Guys, perfect timing on that Dell partial. It dropped literally an entire point. Guys, NVIDIA 118, big level. A lot of investors at 118, 115, 112, and then once you get into the 108s, you're basically talking 104. So may want to mark up those levels because we're there at 118 now. So if we're going to see the Qs bounce, I need to see NVIDIA at least get some love. Clifton, thanks for posting that last Friday's video there. Maybe worth sharing to our YouTube community as well. If you don't mind, Clifton, that'd be great. Guys, watching video. Looks like it's going to break out here over 119. I see a bunch of shares stacked up there, but that could be retail traders. So watch for this big push now to the upside. Also watching AVGO. 196, as you guys know, that's like my favorite name in that space right now. 196.60. Let's go for it. It's a decent deal on it. Why not? Boom, just like that.
Wow. Say it and you shall have it. Wow, SOUN. I'm just.
What a great day it is, actually. A fantastic day to be in the stock markets.
Yep, you got it. Super day. See if we get this NASDAQ green now, get that final push.
Yeah, the trouble, I'm like even looking names like Meta, it's like Meta, Microsoft, Apple. They're kind of getting a little bit like reserved. I'm waiting to see like a big violent push on one of them. But man, they are stacking up the sellers right now. The good news is if bulls do show up, the squeeze will be very, very intense. But we keep rejecting the 200 EMA on the Qs. So for those of you guys who have it, pull up your 1 minute and look at the 200 EMA. I mean, literally on the dot, every single time we move up into that region, rejection, region, rejection. So if we get over that, that's what we're looking for. That's like your breakout line, folks. Cue the disclaimer. What's coin doing? Yeah, I ended up not taking Aqua at all. Sorry, someone was pinging me.
Now where?
Well, I'll tell you this much. I'm not risking much. Like if Microsoft falls off a cliff, that's the good news. We have them with options. So, right now, like I've got one contract left on Microsoft. I got paid on them, so I don't really care. Like literally I'm up $30. So if, that moves against me, I lose $30, right? Whereas we banked plenty of money today. The Qs though, that one could be risky. Right now I'm up $400. I've got 10 contracts left. Let's see if we can get that push. I really want to see 504 and change. So I'm going to try to hold on to the last 10, but we stacked it pretty good on that one. And it wasn't even that big of a move. That's what's wild.
Just get that share size right, and it's
Look
off
at this.
To the races.
Seth, one of his best days ever. Nailed
There we
RBLX and MSTR to the upside. Brilliant. Love to hear that, man. Love to hear that. Good for you. And just like that, Seth is hooked again. For those of you out there on YouTube, don't forget, hit the like, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. We're looking to grow this community. I actually think what we'll do, Scott, you tell me, but I think we'll celebrate certain milestones as we bring people on. Again, the target this year is 350 members in the community. but we'll do some giveaways this week.
Yeah, and I think what I'm thinking here, traders, is March. Where are we at? Not March 1st, April 1st. We're going to have a special on the yearly membership DVG. So we're going to get the community. I don't know if you want to call it community, but the community driven towards that stick with the home team type of deal.
Okay, not loving this move on coin, and it's so wild because it's such a small move, but like this, it's every single like in this area, it's like flipping a coin. And right now, directionally, we are down. So I wouldn't be surprised if we continue the downtrend. And I'd be more than happy to just completely switch gears and short everything, which I'm not opposed to, especially on names like Meta.
Yep.
I don't like how expensive options are getting, though. Yikes. I'm not doing that. All right, guys, I'm going to probably nibble on NVIDIA here. Let's see if we can find some support around 117. Actually, I like it here, 117.80. So let's wait. I'll post it. NVIDIA over 1. There it is. 1780. And I'll add over 118. There it is. We are in. Here comes the boomstick.
Yep. Let's see if it happens here.
And by boomstick, I mean up, not dynamite boomstick. See what else we got on here. Trent's asking, am I still in a Moderna? I'm still in it. Yeah. I mean, it sucks. I'm down on it, right? But I'm still in on the trade. It was a swing trade. So difference of a swing trade is you kind of let it play out. So I have some tolerance. I definitely don't want to see it break, the $29 print. You know what I mean? So it is frustrating to see it because obviously the Trump administration the other day literally said that they're pulling their bird flu vaccination, I guess, trials. So that literally, you saw it happen on after hours on what day was that? Wednesday. He made the announcement and then boom, got wrecked. So I was trying to hang on to it. Obviously, I don't know. It's like a rumor mill. You know what I mean? Question is like, do they actually come after all the dollars that they have for that vaccine or not? Right. So fingers crossed, it still continues to work out. Guys watching NVIDIA. 118.40, I'll add. We're getting there now. There it is. Let's go. Boom. Big add on NVIDIA. Let's go. I want to see a big push now. 119 plus. Right. And then ABGO, same thing. If I get right back to around my initial entry, I may add some size here. Again, kind of risky to go counter trend right now, but I've got to imagine there's at least a subtle relief rally here. And here it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce you to DVG. Let's go. What a beautiful move.
Love it.
AVGO, we are adding to this thing. NVIDIA, we're just over the 200. I'm going to add a little more. Guys, here come the cues. We should get the pop now. Over session highs, 501.40. What news do we have coming up? Ooh, what's CrowdStrike doing?
CRWD, how about it?
The 390 level has been a big level for a long time on CrowdStrike. A lot of money there.
Lots and lots, billions and billions of dollars.
Let's see. Guys, look at Meta. I mean, I really wanted to pick up some on Meta, like big time. Unfortunately, we grabbed a tiny bit. We're up 7 points on Meta. I wasn't even paying attention because it's such a small size. That'll work. That'll work. NVIDIA needs to wake up like right now. 119 plus. Here, AVGO, let's go. All right, guys, getting ready to take a partial on NVIDIA any moment. 119.5 would be brilliant. I'm going to wait on AVGO. Maybe we get over the close. It'd be nice. We're right at the 200, finding resistance there at the 200 EMA.
Yeah, after the big move on SOUN, I don't have another trade really right now.
Gross move on the cues now. Oh, that's not good. This candle, folks, could be it. I'm going to probably trim up on some of these positions. That is a gross candle. Oof. Maybe time to short, folks. I think I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to close out my cues and Microsoft. And I'm waiting to see how this candle closes. We have 1 second. If we break anywhere below that candle, I'm closing all my long positions. I'm going to short everything. Wow, that's really gross. False breakout right there. Unless we get a bullish engulf right now, that's what we're going to need to be bullish on the day. So that candle, if you're watching on a 1 minute, the candle right next to it on the left, you have to completely engulf that with a green bar. If that doesn't happen, guys, we're going down. Cue the disclaimer. I do like coin here though. 209 looks kind of nice. We're seeing some love in Bitcoin futures right now too. Okay, so look, there's the plan. We just saw ugly candle. Need to see a bullish engulf. We are almost there, not quite. We have 7 seconds to completely engulf that. So I'm going to try to be a little bit patient, but if we see any rejection in this area, I'm going to trim up all my long positions, folks. There's the rejection. Trying to trim. Okay, getting ready to turn to shorts now.
Thought about shorting that SOUN off of the 10 mark, but I'm not. Looking for a way to go long the market here into the close today.
You're going full bull today, huh?
Yeah, I am. I don't know why. I mean, I thought maybe Friday, maybe we get a turn day today, but it's not happening right now. Dow's up and doing well, but the NASDAQ just is a laggard today, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sooner or later, we're going to turn and burn. Again, some of these stocks, people will be fishing for deals. Investors will be fishing for deals going forward. There's no doubt.
Wow. Okay. Come on. Don't give up yet. Here comes NVIDIA. I don't like. The good news is we're seeing that the fight materialize right now. And this is where we wanted to see it happen. So we should be coming into a decision here very, very momentarily. Like here comes NVIDIA. That'll help the Qs. Apple's weak today, though. Holding its 235, 236 level, but like looking at Microsoft, pretty weak. Tesla, we had a nice push this morning. I think it's a lot of, FOMO money getting in there, which is not a bad thing. But we saw what happened yesterday, right? I mean, you have levels for a reason, but when those levels break, don't be a hero till you see some consolidation. For example, NVIDIA. Anybody take that trade with me? Anybody? Monster move now. Let's go. Let's go. Anytime you're going counter trend, it definitely rule number one. Vikas, you remember that rule. What was it? Pay yourself first, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially counter trend. You don't want to take a chance there.
NVIDIA. Let's take a partial NVIDIA. That's close enough for me. I'm going to let the rest run. Guys, what a beautiful trade on NVIDIA. 2 points. Here come the Qs. We should break out. 501.64 is where we need to be. Where did we just end up there? 501.41, it's 20 cents away. I've never wanted 20 cents more. Let's see if Dell actually gets a push here. I mean, we took a partial right up at the top. 103.58. I mean, that's a pretty good partial. I'll take it. Coin looked great. For those guys that took the trade, 209 looks great. Now up 1.5. Maybe targeting right around 213. 212 is a big level for Coin though. 213, you should get your confirmation of a move, guys. NVIDIA, let's go. I'm going to take some off every point that we get. Just take a little bit off, a little bit off, a little bit off. Qs need to be 502.5 or higher for it to get an actual push to that 504.60. That's going to be my first target on the Qs. For the remaining 10 contracts, if we break below the VWAP, anything under 500, I will dump the rest. Here comes the move. Let's go. Paul says yes. I don't know what the yes was for. Sorry, I'm a little delayed there, Paul. Qs, 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 Qs. Breakout.
They're coming. They're coming.
Guys, bingo. Bingo. 503, I'll pull some off of these options. It's coming. Target's going to be 504.5 realistically on the Qs. Hopefully we get there in a hurry so that I don't have to wait too long on this. Anybody take any of these trades, y'all? Oh, Paul, you took NVIDIA? Right on, man. Love to hear that. Show us some love. At least a thumbs up, subscribe, / I know you're already in the community, but help us out. I know in the mornings, thumbs up. It just helps people see us on the YouTube algo. So as we get the message out, the story out, we want to help traders find the same passion that Scott and I have in this business. We've been doing it for a really long time. And, hopefully it's a value. You guys are learning stuff. And if there's certain topics, certain things that you guys like or don't like, let us know. Let us know. We're okay with the, hey, DVG, we don't like when you talk about your trades. Like I've had some people say that. So that's okay. Try to limit it. Well, AVGO making me shed a little bit of a tear here. I'm going to hang on to it, but still, I want to push over the close. NVIDIA, we got paid. Happy days. The MetaTrade, I wish I would have taken a whole bunch. But, oh well. Dell, I'm going to probably trim up here in a minute. We got the move we wanted. I got paid on it. I'll probably just trim it. So I'll leave some on there to dance around, but still think we should see a move higher before we go lower. But Scott, what do you think? This could have been the move higher.
Yeah, I think so.
You know what I mean? Before we head south on the market.
We'll see if it holds up today. I kind of doubt it, but well, boy, I mean, I'm thinking I could have bought a whole lot of stuff this weekend with this SOUN trade had I stayed in. And that just a learning point right here. I was looking at my P&L, and I shouldn't be doing that, but I was, and that's what took me out. I was thinking Friday I got to leave early today, and that's what kind of bit me.
Hey, Paul, how about NVIDIA now? Boom. All right, I'm taking some off 121. Why not? I'll take a little bit here. Thank you. Wow, what a move. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Beautiful trade on NVDA. We knew 118, big level. Big level. So I was willing to risk basically 80 cents if we broke below 117. I'm in it for a good time, not a long time here on these trades, but I'm going to let the rest run. AVGO, we're finally getting the push. I'm looking for a move over the close. 198 plus would be amazing. So I'm keeping an eye on that before I take a partial. Guys, coin, for those of you who took the trade, amazing, amazing, amazing move. 209 to 212. Guys, Tesla now on the move. We're up at my 288 target. It's close enough. I'm taking some off right there. Thank you. Guys, we crushed it today.
Yeah, absolutely killed it.
Here comes AVGO.
Very nice move off the bottom.
AVGO now. We're going to take a small partial here in the 198 print. I'm going to wait for this candle to complete. Keep going, please. NVIDIA. Wow. Paul, shout out to you for taking the NVIDIA trade.
I think General Motors be tracking this 50 as well. This thing's starting to turn green. Really, really nice move now.
All right, guys. I don't know. I mean, what more could you possibly ask for? Guys, keep an eye on JPM as well. 26, right where it's at now, 262.50. I'm going to keep it on that. I want to see if it holds it. If not, it could be an opportunity to short. There's two industries that we want to see kind of hold up markets. And I'm concerned about JPM. In fact, if you look at JPM, if I'm not mistaken, you go out to next week, I'm pretty sure 262.50 is a, let me see. Yep, sure enough. 262.50 is a strike price on options. And we are there right now. So if this area resists, I may short it. In fact, I think I'm gonna do some stock and then add options if we start moving to the downside. JPM. I hate to do it. My favorite bank out of the space, along with Goldman Sachs, for those guys who know, is 262. I like to hear 35. The good news is it's so close to breakout. Just look left, right?
Yep.
So if you look left, my stop loss is really not that far away. I mean, I could give it a point basically on JPM. But if you look at the strike prices, that's the big reason why I'm looking at that. So, guys, I'm all out of Dell. Tesla, unbelievable. We called it this morning, 288. We are there now.
Simple.
I don't know. Clifton, I love it. I just saw the chat. We have takeoff with the rocket fuel burning. That's awesome. Guys, look at that immediately. JPM working. I'm going to add to it here. Short. And then I'm going to keep it at, let's see, 262.50. No, let's go further out. 260. There's kind of expensive for next week. I may just stick to shares on this one. Just depends. Like there's a lot of premium built into that. Like at 262.50, it's $4 for a week. I'll take my chances. Guys, Tesla's on the move. Unbelievable. Incredible. Did anybody take Tesla with me? Anybody? 10 points? 10 points. Man. I mean, I don't even think I need to take another trade today, Scott. I'm just kind of looking around.
That's how I am. I mean, I was done in the first 3 minutes of the day.
We've got runners on a bunch of stocks: AVGO, Nvidia, Tesla, Meta. Still have some call option. I have one call option left on Microsoft, which is and we still have a few left on the queues. I'll probably take some off here. I'll probably leave like 3 just so I can, hang. And then JPM, I'll leave this short. I'm literally going to give it a point. So 263, wait till 72, 263, 72. If it gets up there, it takes me out. That'll be a losing trade if that happens. But what a monster move on Nvidia, on AVGO, Tesla, Meta. I mean, I mentioned coin. If you took that, and I didn't take it, I didn't have bandwidth to keep an eye on it. But anyhow, well, I may go make some tea, Scott. What do you think, man?
Man, I think it's a great idea. Great time to do it.
I got to come down and see you, man.
You need to.
Yeah.
Free place to stay, free booze.
You know what? Maybe that's what we'll do. I wonder if the crew would like that. If we spent a day or two trading together in the same booth. I mean, I don't know if that would echo in the room or not, but that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I mean, we're coming
Well,
in.
where do we go from here? Where does the market go from here? That's the million.
Well, like I said, I mean, so we look at pre-market highs here. We're kind of in that 502.30 area. We just printed a 502.73 high session on the Qs, right? We unfortunately kind of rejected that. So do we see people trying to push markets lower? I think so. I'd be keeping an eye on your VWAP and 200 for a bounce. Personally, I want to see a move at least to 504.60 to 505, kind of in that range, we'll call it, and then see it fail in that area for a continuation to the downside. That would be kind of an ideal from a technical setup perspective, but obviously nothing's guaranteed. But from a technical perspective, that would make the most sense when you look at kind of standard deviation and overall order flow. That would, for me at least, make sense. If it failed and continued downward, that's the move. Coin looks great. Anybody take coin? Anybody? I just see Paul just posts yes. Paul, I don't know what that means, man. You're too quick on the draw in some of the chat. I'll say something or Scott might say something and then yes. I appreciate the participation though, man. I may have missed it. It's just yes. I know you took NVIDIA.
I do like this CRWD that you were talking about earlier, CRWD 388. I'm going to post it and take the trade here. This will be a breakout trade.
Oops. Typo there. Sorry about that, Paul. Yeah, Paul was saying that if we were to get together and trade from the same booth, that'd be kind of fun. I mean, I don't mind. We'll have to do that, actually. Yep. Come down and see you.
Cheap flights.
And you're coming into the nice season too.
Yeah.
I mean, weather's getting nice here. I actually took my motorcycle out for a first time a couple days ago, even with my broken foot, which, I don't like being told that you're not able to do stuff. It just doesn't bode well with me. But man, it did kind of hurt. Paul, you're in Florida? Right on, man. If I make that trip, I don't know. Do we have a ton of folks in Florida? If we do, that'd be kind of interesting.
And we could get a meetup or a dinner or something.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. Finally, Microsoft is going to move. Guys, here come the Qs. Watch this big green stripe hit the market right now. If it doesn't, load it up. Destin. Oh, cool. So you're right there in the, is that called the Panhandle? Is that right? Destin's beautiful. We've got family out there in, is it Santa Rosa Beach? Is that right? Is that right there?
Yeah, Santa Rosa.
NVIDIA is going to break out any moment. Coin on the move, guys. Anybody, man, who took coin? Was that Seth? I think Seth took MSTR, if I'm not mistaken, but either one. I mean, look at MSTR too, just ripping. Wow, guys, Tesla. Oh my gosh. We are crushing that trade. Okay, here comes the Qs. Again, keep an eye at 504.60 to 505 area. We want to see that rally. I'm going to make money on this move, which is great. I'm looking forward to that. But keep an eye on that 504.60 to 505 area for potential rejection. That's across all the Mag 7, right? Can we get some follow through? Of course. But I'd be watching that level to see if there's, frankly, some bigger sellers. Like right now, sellers are moving out of the way, so we should see a pop here. Yeah, Paul. Okay, cool. Well, two things. If I'm ever heading to Santa Rosa Beach to see the fam, I'll give you a heads up, man. It'd be great to meet you. And then if Scott and I end up getting together in Florida, maybe, I don't know. I always thought it'd be kind of cool to get a crew together. The trouble is this, economies of scale have to make sense. I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave these trades on. Beautiful moves, guys, on everything. Everything. Look at Broadcom now. AVGO. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's go. Taking some off right here. Everything else, just let it run. Let it run.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wow. Guys, I'm taking some off Tesla here. I have to. 14 points on Tesla. Wow. I'll take the last bit off of Meta as well. I don't like the price action on it, so I'm gonna probably close that position. Microsoft finally on the move. Jeez.
PLTR closing the gap as well. Those of you that are in the CRWD trade with me, target's going to be 390.
Okay, there's a partial on the Qs, guys. I have one contract left on the Qs, and I think I'm going to close out Microsoft here in a moment just because I want to go make some tea. All right, Scott, I'll be back in a minute.
All right, we'll be here.
Thanks.
Yeah, I got to take off in about 3 minutes. Should have told DVG, but that's okay. When he gets back, just let him know that I have to go. So I got a doctor's appointment I need to run to, and then I will be back. Maybe we get a different market in the afternoon, who knows? But in any event, okay, there we go. Okay, traders, if I don't see you, have an awesome afternoon. If I do see you, and I'll be back a little bit later here. Continue the long side of the trade. Stay focused. I will see everybody here later on today or first thing on Monday morning. It'll be a brand new month. Going to end up this month just cranked to the upside. This is just a beautiful blessing of a month of trading, and look forward to trading with everybody as we get back into it in March. So hang in there. DVG will be right back. Just let him know. Just let him know that that I'll be back later or see him on Monday. Take care, everybody. God bless you. Godspeed, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
All right, we are back, guys. This is nice coming back to the scene. The Qs up at 504.60 like we wanted to. I'm going to take off a couple more. Just let the rest, kind of roll here. Let's see. Nvidia is at 123. Yeah, I'm going to take some off here too. AVGO 199 change, sure. Let's see if we try 200. You know what? Horseshoes and hand grenades. I'm going to take some off here in a moment on AVGO. Let's see if we get a push. I'd like to see around 200, but let's find out what that looks like, guys. Microsoft finally on the move. Again, we only have one contract left on that, so I'm not disappointed to be up 25% on that, but still. Let's see what else. Oh, I think Scott. Did Scott leave? Yeah, that's right. I think he had a doctor's appointment today, if I'm not mistaken. And I got to cut out around 11 o'clock or so. But I'll be back maybe around 12. So keep an eye on what markets are doing. Again, we're kind of in that area of resistance now. So, taking partials, this was really in an ideal world. If I was, patient enough, we would have made a freaking fortune on the Qs if I held on to all of them. But I'm not greedy. I just want to make money. And almost to the dot. We got to 504.67. 504.60 is kind of where I wanted to see it at least move to. And then, it could move up to, let's just call it 505.68. Now, we start pushing above those levels. Yeah, bulls are back in control. I think right now this is a tiny relief rally. But if you look at what happened yesterday at around, let's see, when the official tariffs were being announced, right around 12:30, Trump was mentioning all the different tariffs that are coming out. It was just a sell-off, right? Because it was confirmation of what those tariffs look like, et cetera. So this is, I wouldn't go full bull here, right? This is where, practice that we've been talking about since you've been in this room or as long as you've been following us, you got to be able to pay yourself. Like if you want to let some run, fine, right? As long as it's profitable. But then, either again, this is not financial advice, cue the disclaimer, share money, do whatever you want. But, fundamentally, like, it's good to get paid when you're going counter trend, right? Now, can it take off? Sure, but we're traders. You're not investors. So, date the trade, don't marry the trade. It doesn't mean you got to get out today, but if you are ever contemplating, like, for example, I don't mind swinging this Microsoft trade technically, but I have one contract, left. So we got paid. All the risk is off the table now, essentially. And it's a $390 call option. Now, if I go to break even on this thing, fine. I'm not going to be sad about it, right? We get back $50. But, what if it goes back up to that 400 range? Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, sure. Am I really going to be that bullish right now? No, there's way too much headwind. In fact, I'm contemplating shorting even more than I have on, let's say, for example, the only short I have now is JPM. But I'm taking a closer eye on things like Meta, right, where it's literally getting back to pre-market levels, aka to try to make a decision. And it could be an opportunity to dump again. I mean, look how drastic that drop was, down to 642, and it's moved up 18 points. So obviously strong bullish move, but that could be just shorts covering, right? So I'm going to keep an eye on names like Meta that have been literally getting smacked around a bit. Nvidia, though, like I said, I saw yesterday the $153 call options being messed around with, like in a big way. We're talking like thousands of contracts being bought or sold. I'm not sure if it was a sweep or how it was treated. I meant to look into that actually last night. I forgot about it. But again, we are technically going counter trend if you're long right now because the trend is what? Down. So this could be an opportunity to short stuff. In fact, I'm going to add to my JPM position. Let's load that up. Hold on. Okay. I'm glad it took a partial on everything. 504.60. Guys, this is the big reason why we get a plan. Now, if we move above 504.60, awesome. Make more money, right? But now I have like no risk, zero risk. And if we get above there and you're like, oh man, I could have, should have, well, you can always add. You can always add to your position, right? So again, I've got to take off here in, what is it? I get rid of this. There we go. Mm-hmm. So just out of curiosity, as I was talking about 504.60, did anybody mark their chart at that level? When I said 504.60 to 505.68 is kind of like top side of the range today. And if we get above that, maybe we get bullish. Like by calling out those numbers, does anybody mark their charts when they hear that, or does it matter? Because we missed it by 7 cents, and I'd say that's a pretty good call out. Now, granted, if we get above these levels, then 505.68 becomes your next target, and then potentially 506.90 to 507. Glad we got paid on NVIDIA the entire way up, the whole way up to 123. Can't lose on this trade, but I will not give too much more. Anything under 121.60, or let's call it, I'll give it a little more, 121.40. Just because I've already gotten paid on it. Get a mental mark, Miguel. Cool. All right. Yeah, it just kind of goes back to like, I want to share information that's relevant for you guys and do more of that and less of what you guys don't like. Do you know what I mean? Guys, look at this. I may grab some put options now on a couple things here. Let's look around. No, I'm not paying that premium. No, thanks. Okay. That might not work. Let's see. No, it doesn't work. Won't do that. Should be concerned. I think JPM is going to crack down to 258 right around the close. Let's look at Goldman Sachs real quick. Goldman Sachs strong though today. Guys, swing trade MasterCard. Why not? That's what I'm gonna do. March 7th. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna see what like options first. What's Lily doing? Yikes. Eli Lilly getting tanked. Let's see. Not the best. Guys, I'm going to say protect downside move. What do I do here? Watching coin. Watching coin here. Tesla under 288. I'm going to dump all my long shares and short it. 288. Actually, 288.40. Why not? Okay, I'm gonna close out my long position in Tesla here, just a moment, and then I may turn into a short position under 290 now. I'm gonna get some put options as well on MasterCard. Okay, I'm all out of Tesla. I'm going to probably try to get a short here on Tesla now. Okay, we're going to short Tesla now under 290.60. All right, we should see a sell-off here on the Qs. I don't know what's going on with that imbalance. So either that, maybe that's just an opportunity for them to buy it up. There's a big block moving around, and I don't know when it's going to land, but let's see how they're doing it. If it gets bought, obviously we're going to move higher, but that's not accurate. All right, picking up some put options on the Qs now. Let's do Monday expiration, I guess. Yeah, okay. There we go. We have 20 of them. I'd be careful on Meta. It's got to break. Yeah, you're right. 659, but just be careful. We'll probably find some support there. So let it crack. Maybe get the confirmation below the close and see what it does there. I'm short now though. So like, obviously if you're going to do that, then make your stop high of day. For sure. But I think there's going to be some selling coming up here. We had a nice bounce, nice rally right up to that 504.60 level, which is exactly what we talked about. Wanted to see some rejection. We're getting that now. I want to see confirmation now to the downside. I will add these put options if we break 501.50, which is right around the 200 EMA. And then if we break underneath 500.70, which is basically right around your VWAP, then we should see the close snap. If the downside move is real. So I'm trying to be patient here. Obviously, it's not ideal because, this could get expensive, but it's just more or less a hedge. Like we took advantage of some of the long trade, and we've got some left here in names like NVIDIA and AVGO, but closed out Tesla because I do think it's time for it to roll over. And we're already seeing that now. We're up a point to the downside. Now, obviously, that could change. It's Tesla. It can move pretty wild. But again, if this confirmation doesn't happen, I'll get out of the way. The trouble is like I'm just looking at order flow, and there's a lot more selling coming in, even after this push higher. So like sellers just maybe stepped in and said, oh, yeah, you want to get up to 504.60? Cool, then we'll just load up there. Now the trouble is now that bulls know they can get up that high and sellers will quit to get up there. Maybe we get a second shot at it, and then if so, it's going to push a lot higher than 504.60. That said, let's remember we're in a downtrend. So you got to take advantage of both directions if you can, right? When it presents itself. This is in my opinion, the only opportunity right now to get ahead of it if we decide to move lower. Right now, technically it's setting up like it looks like it's going to break out and move to the upside. So hence why we have names like NVIDIA and AVGO kind of set up. But I'm more concerned about a downside move, at least a retest, maybe around the close. So 500.30. And if that doesn't hold, then yeah, keep an eye out for session lows. You guys remember I was bullish this morning just for a bounce. Collectively, though, there is a lot more things to be nervous about, especially, who knows, maybe coming up to like March 17th, Bank of Japan is going to make another rate decision. Maybe they hike again, which would be terrible for the carry trade. I know people haven't been talking about that lately, but yeah, 69, yeah. Yeah, so again, the trouble too with Meta is it's a dollar spread too. So a lot of times, like what I'll do with Meta is I use options as well because they're cheaper, but not right now. I mean, pretty expensive. All the options right now are really expensive. I mean, heck, Tesla's options at $280 put option is $800, $700. Like, that's so expensive for a $280 stock. That's like way out of the money. You're $9 out of the money. That's insane. That's 100% premium almost. It's crazy. So it's a good time to be writing put options, not buying them. All right, trying to be patient a little bit here. Okay, looks like bulls like it for now. Bitcoin's still gradually moving higher. Again, just be on the lookout for a big seller potentially. We only have Dallas Fed PCE at noon. And I'm going to be heading out of here anyways in about 8 minutes. I'll see if I can get back in later this afternoon with y'all. But look, I mean, ultimately, we wanted to get a bounce. We got the bounce. Can we continue to move higher? Sure. Who's going to lead the charge? Names like NVIDIA, AVGO, Tesla, what have you, right? We're in a short position on JPM, Tesla, and now the Qs. we have long positions and we banked a ton of profit on a bunch of trades this morning. So this is more or less like a hedge. And those are via put options. So kind of separate account. Let's see if the market can break MA 200. To the downside, you mean, Olivia? Or to the upside? And which market? Qs, SPY, IWM. Semi's looking great today, though. So it'll naturally help the market. Here's the thing on these put options. If we get anywhere near the 504, well, I suppose the highs of the day, I'll just close them out. So I'll probably take a little bit of a hit on that, but that's okay. But higher probability to move higher right now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Look at AVGO though. Let's go. I'll take some off in the 200 print. Why not? Okay, might close out these Q put options. Let's see. Trying to be patient. If we fail here, I'll add. I mean, why not? Got it. Yeah, Olivia. Okay, cool. You must be watching on the 5-minute. I mean, it's definitely going to try to push. Look around. I mean, you got Tesla moving higher. You got NVIDIA trying to push. You got AVGO breaking out. You got coin moving higher. It's like it seems like it's risk on. Trouble is, I don't know. Yesterday was a lot of selling, and usually these types of morning sessions, etc., a lot of times retail traders. And so what I'm worried about is like, are they pumping it so they could dump it? You know what I mean? So obviously I'm on for the long position, so I don't mind it. And then, you know, these put options, it is what it is. It's going to cost me a few bucks, but at the end of the day, it's we've made plenty to the upside. So all right, guys. So that's going to do it for me today. I'll keep this hedge on. Like I said, if we get over the highs of session on the Qs, you know, worries, so just dump it. Again, that'll kind of hurt a little bit, probably like, I don't know, $1,200, something like that. But it's okay. It's kind of operating as a hedge. We've made plenty today. With that, guys, I will try to be back a little bit later this afternoon. I've got a few things I got to take care of, but listen, appreciate y'all. Questions come up. Also, if you can, comment. Let me know. What do you want to see more of, less of? What do you prefer? What do you don't like? I mean, stuff like that. Just let us know. It helps us. But I will see you guys tomorrow at the open at the latest. Hopefully I'll be back later on this afternoon. But until then, cheers. God bless. All right. How we doing? Looks like we got a small group right now. We got anybody on? Anybody? Let's see. Jeff B's in the house, Dan's in the house, Vikasi in the house. Right on. Cool. Well, we were trying to protect the downside. We did pretty good. I took some off the puts right when we got to the VWAP in that 501 range. I've got a few left heading to the downside on the put options. Tesla just kind of been chopping around. I'm getting a little nervous consolidating up here. Here's the good news, guys. The short that we had on JPM, performing very well. Still haven't taken a partial just because it's a little bit of a slower mover. Obviously, if it was going to push to the upside, great. We'd see 263.5, ASAP, but it didn't happen. So good news is we're holding on to that. No partial yet. I'm trying to get in that 258 area, right around the close. So 259.03, I think is where it closed. But if we can get under that, even by a cent, that'd be kind of cool. Be a great trade there. Let me ask the question. What are you guys watching at the moment? As you guys know, we had a couple runners on a few trades, NVIDIA, FVGO. We were able to take a beautiful partial in the 200s. Small size, waited for the bounce, took a little bit more when we saw 200 again. And I may close out the position. Like right now, it's fine. I mean, I made plenty of money on it, but it is a market for, I'm going to call it discipline. I don't know what else to call it, guys. Like, we talk about paying yourself first and risk management and all this other stuff. Like, this is the perfect market for that. Especially if you're a bullish trader and you like to buy, whether it's buying the dips or looking for, higher highs, higher lows type formations, you got to scalp. Right now, the direction is pressured to the downside. It seems obvious, but don't forget it, right? As you're taking these trades, if you are going to go long, be mindful of where your targets are. Even if you got to take them slightly early, pay yourself first if you're going counter trend. Okay. And then keep an eye on volume. Like right now, it's pretty dead. And we're going to get a pretty good idea right around like 230, I'd say, of where we're going to end up. Are we going to push lower? And if we do, guys, look at how we opened. The Q's dropped down to 490. What was it? 496.93. Yikes, right? So just know there's definitely there is room to the downside there for sure. So Jeff B, you're looking at NVIDIA. Are you in NVIDIA long, or are you keeping an eye on it? Dan, you're talking about TQs. Let's take a look. Yeah, both the Qs and the triple Qs. I shouldn't say that because it's technically triple Qs, but the Qs and the TQQQ are both like hanging on to that 200 EMA. So if you're watching the 1 minute 200 EMA, it is like right on it. And the SPY is slightly below it. So now if you think about from a breadth perspective, you would think collectively markets are lower if the SPY is aiming lower and the Qs are holding, because the Qs, represent predominantly tech, right? But then you look more broadly and you've got names like Oracle down, Palantir down, ServiceNow is down, IBM is down, Accenture is down, right? As you name, like Tesla's bouncing, right? NVIDIA bounced. I would say as of right now, keep an eye on like 120, 130 area for NVIDIA. The fact that AVGO gave it up, that's not a great sign. If you look more broadly, SMCI, trying to hold at 42. But remember, we talked about their annual report. I don't know if any of you guys looked that up yourself, but you should have. Should I post the link? Would that help? Give you guys a little cheat sheet. It is on page. Where are you? Nah, I can't even see what page number this is. Seriously? I don't know. Oh, page 12? Yeah, page 12. Here, I'll paste this for you guys. No, that's not what I want to do. Is that right? Give me a second, y'all. saying it's an extension. Well, copy link. Let's see if this does it. There we go. Maybe that helps. Let me know if that works. I don't know if when you guys could click it. It's the link to the SMCI annual report. Let me put this here as well if you want to just look for all their financials. Take a look at page 12. So anyway, that's the only concern I have right now in the chip space is SMCI basically saying, hey, we basically aren't sure if we're going to have to continue to report late. Like that's no bueno. So let's see. You're waiting for the dip on it, yeah. So the reason I said this 121.30 area, Jeff, obviously cue the disclaimer, guys. It's not financial advice. Do whatever you want. It's your money. It's the 200 EMA. So right now, like as an example, the Qs are behaving pretty well around this 200 EMA, and more broadly, just across the market. If you look at almost any sector, that for me is like the big indicator. Like if you look at Microsoft, we tried to get above the 200 a few times a day. Didn't happen. Tesla is above the 200. NVIDIA is above the 200. SMCI barely hanging on to the 200. AVGO below, right? So like just looking at these stocks kind of gives you the idea directionally like where we're going. So like for example, like right now I'm short JPM, contemplating taking a partial here, but I do really want to see a 258 number. And then I've got a couple put options on MasterCard short. I think we're going to see some interesting things happen in the banking sector. Hopefully I'm right. It could be beneficial or problematic. We talk about, traditional. Here's a fun one. I'm gonna plant this seed with you guys in the spirit of forward looking and having opinions. So there's 4